He said,
Grandma.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you're telling me what I've done. Yeah, Brad said a big old piece of wood. I did it. How y'all doing? How you doing? How are you? You okay? Good for you.
Yeah, I'm just really quick.
Version of it, but I have a code card, I forget what it's called, but if you just spend about an hour on their website, you'll figure it out. And it's, this thing's like $90, I got it for $35. I bought 3 of them. I don't wear cotton anymore.
Don't wear cotton?
Because if you're inside, you got to chase sand or sassafras with your coat on, and it's wintertime, and then you got to go outside for a stakeout or stand up. That cotton will stick to your skin.
Yeah.
This is all that wicking stuff.
Is it Under Armour?
It's not Under Armour, but again, if you if you have Amazon, if you just dial in base layer wicking stuff. Columbia also sells it. From fall, winter, spring, I don't wear anything cotton.
So you're telling mostly Columbia and Gore-Tex.
And Echo boots.
And Echo boots.
This is 36 years I'm telling you.
Okay.
Because I've been out there thinking, oh, I can get away with it. I learned my lesson the hard way. I don't, it's one thing I don't go cheap.
One thing I did, we had a press conference outside, and it was just raining cats and dogs. And this does okay in the rain sometimes,
No.
but I was soaked.
Yeah. Gore-Tex.
Yeah, the shoes I had before this weren't waterproof. And so I'd walk around and get water on my shoes. Have to walk around the Capitol and man the blisters.
Yeah. Before C-SPAN took over the Hill, we would have to shoot hearings. And I could be in the hearing all day. And when it ended, they're like, oh, now you got to go out to the Supreme Court. It's February. And I was completely comfortable the whole time. Inside, in the hearing room, and outside for 3 or 4 hours in the ice and snow. It was fun.
You know, it's funny coming out of college and stuff. I mean, I've been out of college for a couple of years now, but just the job of doing this in general, they don't teach you much at all.
I learned it all on the job.
Yeah. I mean, they teach you the basics and stuff, but other than that, it's like
Where'd you go to school?
VCU.
For TV?
Yeah.
For broadcast journalism?
Yeah.
So they taught you how to shoot a package and how to edit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the finer points of...
But then I went to the University of YouTube.
The University of YouTube?
Yeah.
Have you had to do any, like, natural disasters, mass casualty events, traveling? You didn't have to go to Charlottesville?
No. Well, I was still in school.
The shooting in Chesapeake? They don't scramble you for stuff like that?
No, we're mostly just here. Well, I'm mostly just here in the Philippines.
So that
Our network is more just
political?
Yeah.
Well, here's something they never taught you in school, and they didn't teach me, and it will serve you. Trust me. Keep a go bag in the office or in your crew car with 3 days worth of socks, t-shirts, and underwear. A fleece that'll give you like a 20-degree temperature differential. So, if you've got to go someplace and you dress like that, and it's going to be 0 degrees, you can put the fleece on over your jacket. A little shaving kit with a toothbrush and dental floss, toothpaste, soap, shampoo, maybe some sneakers or a hat, or a vinyl poncho that you can bunch up. Anyway, just pack that bag with enough stuff that can get you through 3 days worth of whatever, and just stick it in a corner in the office or under your desk or in your crew car. And believe me, you'll think about me when the shit happens. Look, there's no time. Can you get to the airport or can you get to the room? You gotta go. I'll say, oh shit, if you got close. They just want security. I've used that bag 4 or 5 times in 30 years. 9/11.
You were shooting on 9/11.
Yeah. I took it to ground zero. There was I'll tell you, that was the worst day of my career as far as covering a horrific event. January 6th, 2 years ago, was the ugliest day of my career as I wound up on the East Front. Came into the office, gorgeous September morning. We're having coffee, and somebody in the newsroom screams, "Oh my God, look at that." I look up, and the towers burning. Huh? I didn't even think. I read all the crews. We started packing Pelican cases and gear because we're going to New York. We get in cabs and we're heading to National Airport. We're stuck in traffic across from the Pentagon, and we heard the second tower got hit. So we figured we're going to close down the airspace, so we divert to Union Station. And by the time we got to Union Station, the Pentagon got hit. Half of it was peeled off and stayed in Washington. We got on the train to New York, got as far as Baltimore, and they shut down the whole transportation system nationwide. So it's pandemonium. I left my gear with the producer and had a $100 bill, and I'm waving it at a taxi cab and said, "Take me to the first car rental place." We got Hertz or Answer, got 2 rental cars and drove up. It's the first time I ever had a shotgun pointed at me. We went across the Tappan Zee Bridge. We're coming down into Manhattan. There was a trooper checkpoint. And, we're flashing credentials and they're like, "Who are you? Pull over." And we're coming down Yonkers, past the ballpark, down Broadway. Mile after mile, we were the only people on the road. This is about 9 o'clock. Every restaurant was full of people. I couldn't understand why until I found out later. People in Manhattan have these galley kitchens and rarely cook, so they communal response was just go to the restaurant, the cafe, or the pub. But finally got down to ground zero at 10. We stopped in the bureau, saw all the video, saw the towers come down. They hadn't sealed it off yet, so I got to a barricade that was run by these young National Guard troops. They said you couldn't cross, but I knew enough of Lower Manhattan. I could just stair-step my way through alleys. Got down to the crash site. Smashed pumper trucks, smashed cop cars, smashed ambulances, and there was like 6 inches of real fine moon dust everywhere. I guess it was, burning paper, people, and I got to this parking lot, which was diagonal from the Twin Towers, and it was full of melted Mercedes, burned up Cadillacs, trashed Corvettes. I figured that those were the people that fucking dust up.
You were decorated?
No, all I had was a neckerchief. That's another thing which I pulled out of my go bag. I just wore a neckerchief for 3 days. On the last day I was there, somebody gave me a respirator. Well, just one of those shop bag things with the 2 filters. But by then, I finally got pulled up. There's a few guys on the hill that were at ground zero and 9/11. Lots of stories.
I can only imagine.
It was the only time I felt really physically affected, like my legs. It was hard. I had to consciously move my legs. So it's better to have it and not need it, than need it and not have it. So all your old socks and underwear you're thinking about throwing out or turning into rags, stick them in an overnight bag or a backpack you got somewhere with a shaving kit and a parka and a fleece and a hat, maybe some cheap sunglasses, and keep it under your desk.
They have you possibly wanting to go to Ukraine?
I work for the AP, a condition of employment back in 95 was we have to have passports and all that stuff, but we have crews all over the world. Plus we're outside the U.S. Salary. So they were sending guys from Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil to cover the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan. That's why they send us anywhere. It's a guaranteed over time. International. No. That's the only thing I haven't done in my career in conflict. That shit is but I know transfer. I have a friend in Kevin who's done 3 tours in Ukraine and he's come close a couple of times in Iraq. And he loves his job. I have friends that maybe the Fox cameraman folks that have died doing this job. If you get too close to the truth, start cooking up her.
Yeah, you can. She got to be first. That's the thing, right? Hey, where are you going?
She's not just gonna come host the show here now. Yeah, we're gonna host the show here. So we gotta go test all this shit on the balcony. Yes, there's 3 cameras. No, not today. Probably after the weekend. And then the balcony.
Oh, so that,
Big
you're
show.
not doing that.
I'm testings in anticipation that if they decide to go rogue and someone gets elected, they're going to come crashing in. I brought Gil up. Gil Murrow's here. I'm showing him all the shit that we did. What did I do this Tuesday? Yeah, and Wednesday. And today's Friday. So
It's your reason for being.
exactly right. Irene,
Good to see you, Ben. Yeah.
Who do you think the most famous person is?
Hmm?
Who do you think the most famous person is?
Most famous?
Yeah.
Protesters have gathered
Clinton.
outside Sanchez's office.
Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump, Obama, bunch of presidents, bunch of sports stars.
Factor is different from their
My cousins in Italy loved me with Don Johnson. Peter Fonda was the coolest thing I've ever did.
If so, how did it go and how are you feeling?
I was on the call. I'm not going to get into the specifics of the call. That's part of the problem. Too many people are not trusting the process and the conference, but it was a good conference, and I do believe we are making significant progress towards getting a resolution here. As I've said from the very beginning, Kevin McCarthy will be the Speaker of the House. I have supported him from the first ballot, and I'll support him all the way through. We need to come together as a conference so that we can get about the business of the American people. The Biden administration has failed miserably. And the American people elected a Republican Congress, a Republican House majority, to be a check and balance on that administration when it comes to spending, when it comes to the border, when it comes to domestic production of energy, and so on. And so we need to get to work. It requires electing a Speaker of the House, and I do believe we're making significant progress.
Well, when I interviewed you during the campaign, what you said as your appeal to folks in Rockland County and in your district was that you could reach across the aisle and work with Democrats. Instead, what you guys are doing is reaching to the far right, the 20.
No, respectfully, Andrew. Listen. The American people elected a Republican House majority. Okay, absolutely, we will work together on policy to move the country forward. But in terms of governing, the American people didn't ask for a Democratic House majority. So, with all due respect to the premise of your question. The Republican conference is coming together, and the Republican conference will elect a Republican speaker to lead the House forward.
Are you?
What about, do you have any sense of timing in terms of whether the vote is going to happen today and whether they can actually be done today or will stretch into next week and through the weekend?
Look, I think we're going to continue with this process forward to reach a deal as quickly as we can. Hopefully it is today. If not today, shortly thereafter. But I do not expect this to drag on for weeks.
So you expect the vote will happen?
I think we will have a vote in short order, whether it's today or shortly thereafter.
Are you concerned at all about what this says about the Republican Party, the inability to pick a leader in this amount of time? Are you concerned at all about what that says about the state of the party and government?
In the grand scheme of American government and politics, 4 days obviously is not that significant of a time period. But obviously, we need to come together. The American people elected us to govern. They elected us to lead. And we need to get about that business. So the longer this drags on, obviously, it is a problem. And the American people are not looking for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. They're looking for us to be a check and balance on the Biden agenda, on the Biden administration, especially on issues like the southern border. It's nice that the president finally woke up to the fact that we have a crisis on the southern border. But we need to get about that business. So it is critical that we move forward and come together as quickly as possible.
And with regards to the rules, what is your personal take on the rules that have been proposed by those 20 opposers, such as voting on earmarks or, reducing the number of members to one for the motion to vacate? What do you personally think about this?
This is the people's house. The people elect individual members to represent them in their districts and their communities. Ultimately, you want a more robust debate. I come from a state legislature serving up in New York. We had robust debate. Now, it was one-party rule, and so, I would debate a lot of the bills and push back. But we had debate. You have to have debate. So I don't have a problem with the rules changes. I embrace many of them. The budgetary process changes. I support that. We have to rein in wasteful spending. You cannot continue to spend at the level that the Biden administration, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer spent over the last 2 years. It's unsustainable. So to be able to rein in out-of-control spending is absolutely critical. So many of these ideas that have been brought forth by members of the Freedom Caucus, by members who are holding out, are ideas that are embraced by the conference as a whole. And so I don't think there's any issue with that. But we have to come together. And I think that's where everybody on all sides needs to give a little bit, and you need to move forward as a conference so we can get to work.
What's the risk if there's another vote and McCarthy's not able to pick off any of the 20 votes and we keep going this over and over again to exit? What is the risk for him and his viability as a candidate?
Look, we're already past the first vote, so whether it's 11 votes or 12 votes or 15 votes, to me that's not really the issue. The issue is, are people negotiating in good faith to come to a resolution? The process here is messy at times. Governing has often been shown to be like sausage making, and it can be a little messy. But I do believe we are coming together as a conference. I do believe we've made significant progress, and I think we're on our way. I got to go, but thank you very much.
Who are you wearing, Congressman?
Oh, that was Mike Lawler. He's one of the new congressmen.
Mike
Lawler. L-A-W, Law, L-E-R.
That's not by design. It wasn't. Yeah, so they couldn't be on their monopod for something like that, right?
Yeah, dude.
A huge scrum. Were you holding it up high or were you up front? No, I was steady. But I don't have to what's it doing? So I gotta keep it manual. I gotta play with the ISO iris, but the white balance looks okay now, but it's sure, that's Jackson, well, they can do it, but I just obviously family. Now that it's I think we're in full agreement. There are a number of different times we're getting comfortable. It's making progress. There should split the difference. That way, if someone comes in with a delay, it's hard to project the time. See if I can it's not as though you can go and say, hey, are you going to be comfortable with this? And it's about 1 p.m. I don't know. We're going to get to the agreement. We're making
Okay.
Get a quick sec. What's the likelihood that McCarthy can close the gap today?
Oh, I wouldn't want to speculate on a timeline. Obviously, it is hard to predict when a breakthrough happens, but I've got to tell you, I am more confident now that we're going to get this done than I have been for a long time. The reality is that this agreement is getting closer and closer. It's within reach. That doesn't mean it's a foregone conclusion, but it means it's within reach.
I mean, if we continue to have ballot vote after ballot vote and nothing has changed, what does that mean for his viability as the Speaker's candidate?
What's going on the House floor doesn't have anything to do with his viability. I mean, whether he's at 201 or 202 or 200, listen, those are tiny, almost insignificant fluctuations compared to what's going on behind the scenes, which is real and significant progress. I know it can be hard for people to believe that progress is happening when they don't see it on the scoreboard, but think about this. If you are 75% of the way done in a deal to buy a McDonald's franchise, they don't give you 75% of the store. I mean, you get the whole thing when the whole agreement comes together, and that's where we're at right now. We're making real progress.
How many votes does this bring over this deal?
I wouldn't want to speculate, or I'm not in a position to divulge what that means for the vote tally, but I would tell you there are quite a number of good faith actors who are getting a lot more comfortable with the idea that we can move forward together.
And the risk of this fight drags on to next week, what is it?
I know everybody wants a resolution instantly, but that's not how human nature works, and let's be honest, that's not how the United States House has ever worked. This is a messy institution, and getting to yes has never been easy on anything in 246 years.
And how hard is that going to be to legislate? It's so hard to pick a speaker when you get to deal with big issues like a debt ceiling. How's that going to go down?
Anyone who thinks that, now the Republicans have cleared the deck on the speaker vote, Kevin McCarthy speaker, so now it's all sunshine and roses, clearly isn't paying attention. There are going to be trials and tribulations to come over the course of the next 2 years. But I honestly believe that having gone through this process now, in month one, in week one, we will have worked out some things that we had to get worked out, and that's going to give us a better chance of success for the next 23 months.
Congressman, I'd like to ask you about the rule changes in general. On the motion to vacate, what's your stance on that, and why do you think that it changed from how it was originally written?
Yeah. I wouldn't want to speculate about any specific, I shouldn't say speculate. I'm not at liberty to discuss specific provisions of the agreement until it's made public.
Do you support the lowering the threshold for the motion to vacate, personally?
Whether the motion to vacate is set at 1 or 5, I don't know that it matters that much. Okay. I mean, when you have a House this closely divided, any 5 members can make any given legislative day go sideways anyway. So you might as well come to grips with the idea that the Republican conference is going to have to do these things together in near unity every time, or else it's not going to get done.
And what about the proposals as a whole? Your colleague just told me that he supports what they're trying to do and thinks that it's good for our country. What do you think about this?
This agreement, if it comes to fruition, will be very good for the country. Because without this agreement, we don't get a speaker elected, which means we can't get to work. And I totally understand the frustration that the American people have that the United States House now on Friday has not yet organized. We've got to get this done.
And would you support this rules?
What's that?
Do you think we'll be a resolution today?
Oh, I wouldn't want to speculate on a timeline. I mean, that's not really how breakthroughs happen, but we're getting closer. Every hour we're getting closer.
Would you support this rules package as another speaker candidate?
I think one of the reasons that a wide swath of members are comfortable with the agreement as they understand it is that they trust Kevin McCarthy and his leadership. If it's a different speaker, then I think you've got to analyze each of these agreement provisions anew.
Do you think that McCarthy has to show some progress today in terms of the votes? Or do you think if different?
I guess you've got the political theater progress, which is the votes on the scoreboard, and then you've got the real behind-the-scenes progress. I think most members who care about finding success are paying a lot more attention to what's going on behind the scenes than they are to the political theater on the House floor.
You're not concerned about the number of votes that this is taking?
No, I mean, and I know that everybody's searching for a narrative and a story because that's the key part of a story, right? You've got to have a story to tell. And so anytime a vote swaps, that people want to read into that. The reality is one vote out of 434 changing really doesn't signify anything. It is literally insignificant compared to the real progress that's happening behind the scenes. Now, I do want to tell you, because I don't want to mislead you, Manu. I think Kevin McCarthy is the right guy to govern this House with the rules package as it's been proposed. That being said, I think an ever-increasing number of members are becoming comfortable with the rules package on its own, understanding the good things that it could mean for how we govern the 118th.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I bet.
Sorry about that.
I'll figure it out. Aaron just forwarded the email that he used to tag me on it, and I didn't sound like that. He was like, oh no, I just had to flag you, he was coming. I was like, okay, can you make that clear then? So that I'm not going to be there for his own on the ground? And he said, yes, I'll clarify.
Oh, there you go.
How's it going?
Oh, pretty good.
I don't know.
Morgan.
Dusty Johnson.
Thank you.
From South Dakota. Okay, great.
Thank you. I feel like such a wimp up there.
Hey, I do think we should send that out, Morgan. I think part of it is saying, about showing progress today, like, he's saying the real action is happening behind the scenes, like, a few votes, no big deal. So McCarthy outlines, like, downplay. He won't predict a vote. I need to get it from the House.
So McCarthy allied downplays.
Yeah,
How's it going, man?
that's what I'm doing.
She also supervised legislation.
I think let's just match it up with the verbiage. Okay, I think in about 3-4 minutes.
Okay, that's what
I'll get back to you.
package yet. Are you going to support this deal that's emerged?
We're just looking at it.
What about
it last night?
Would you vote for McCarthy yet? Are you ready to vote?
Oh,
for
no,
him?
I'll be voting for Byron Dunn.
You will? Okay. All right. Thank you. Were you on the call? Somebody said, can you just sneak right by you so I can get out of your way?
Let's go.
American News.
That's the only time
Adam, I think you.
It's Rob
Yes.
Warren. He's anti-McCarthy.
He said he's still voting for Byron Donalds today. He's been looking over the deal. Not today. No, because they want 72 hours to review it. That's one of their new rules that they that includes they told us that yesterday.
72 hours would be...
It's going to be next week.
If that.
Yeah. It won't be this week. Or this weekend.
Sorry, Dan, you gotta come back.
They'll probably end up voting this weekend.
This weekend.
I think so. They'll still be having votes, but they won't actually vote until next week. That's what everyone, like, on our team,
That's what they're saying. They want
That's what Mom is hearing, it's what Mel's hearing.
72 hours or...
Yeah, that's what Norman told us yesterday. And that's part of it, and the other members have said it too, that's part of the deal. It's not just bills. Yeah, it's more than next week thing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I was just wishful thinking.
I know, I was hoping that we would get the weekend, but I don't. They don't have the votes to adjourn, and they don't have the votes to get to 218 today because a bunch of members are out.
Sure. There's 4 guys going, right?
Yeah, and they're on the supporters.
They don't have enough votes to adjourn.
Probably not.
Was
It
it
depends.
219 to 212 yesterday?
Yeah. You need 218.
You need 218.
To adjourn.
It's not just a simple majority. It's got to be.
That is a simple majority, is 218.
Well, if they had 213 and the Democrats were 212, and they voted to adjourn.
I think it's still majority.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's his name from the new guy from Texas? He left today apparently.
Yeah, Wesley Hunt.
Yeah, he went for his what is
No, he had a baby last week.
Yeah.
Born premature.
Oh, I knew a baby. I didn't know.
So he's been like obviously itching to get out of here.
Yeah.
And another member's mom died last week, and so the funeral is tomorrow.
He's supposed to be back.
Probably not until maybe today.
That's what I heard that. What do I know?
Maybe today. I think it's sometime.
They accidentally all don't come here and they ended up voting for Hakeem Jeffries accidentally because the threshold just dropped.
Last night when they were like all up.
It just they as they're reading everything they forget they go back in and it's like Biggs? Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Same with me.
He stays until.
You should always have because I remember when people came up with Jim Dave and I was just not with
But keep me on it.
Yeah. I'll go
3 weeks when you come back from Mexico, like you just
Because if you
Sure.
you get to get
Not right.
Yeah. Oh. Just do this for 2 years and then have a new Congress.
Just straight up 2 years of no members.
No members.
The directory over there is completely empty.
No.
On the wall right here.
Really, I have to check that out. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
like they've changed all their offices and everyone's changed their offices.
I love all the comm staff for like radios.
Yeah, they set the right
Like representatives sworn in. It's like
I know.
What was it?
yeah.
Order fast.
Oh, I knew this at the website. I didn't know they did it.
It includes a draft press release sworn in. And they just say, let's just publish what's on there. So a lot of people did it.
Shorthand.
So apparently, because I saw Sanchez.
I saw the
I saw the people were like,
It's just funnier. It's just funnier what Santos doing.
I never knew that these guys were like states or anything.
As speaker, it's like, wait a minute, what?
Years later, BlackBerry, 20 came in, he just tiny. They still can't get it right. No, I'm just.
That's true. But you
Right, you just.
Hey, I just sent you information from Olga and Kristen on the guy that's been harassing Mel. For us to just keep an eye out.
Okay.
Yeah. It has just like the information to call if you see them.
Oh, okay.
Because they have assigned a person to the case.
All right. I'm just watching that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, today with higher security, you hopefully can't even get into any of the office buildings or into this building.
Oh, yeah. They just finished it. I mean, it was down for years. They just finished it this year. Well, last year.
bigger convention, it's just me running after documents.
Actually, one to Austin. Staffers that were in Austin.
Oh, really?
And I just get all of that because one was in the district and one was here. So, and it has both of their contact information. So every time I go to North Carolina. North Carolina.
No, it's better for you.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not here anymore to leave. Also, you keep it as soon as we got heading. You're gonna have to say it for him.
Well, I mean, it's just it takes time.
He was asking if I knew what the next
so
are.
it's probably good.
Are your pants comfortable? They're really comfortable. I love them. Interesting. I wear them all the time. Really flexible. Yeah.
No.
Weekends.
Oh.
Less interesting right now. I know, exactly, yeah.
We're
just chilling over here. Exactly. They can do whatever. You guys be a mess. Yeah.
Did you see that comment on the phone that can't make a bumper pop?
Yes. I was like, and they were all literally like, believe me, if we could be drinking, we would be.
Right. I heard somebody yell, "There's no rules." Like blaming the Republicans.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it really had me thinking. I was like,
Yeah, these are fine. The party's going to be in a second, so he's just waiting to get in. He'll run the camera shortly. Yes, he will. But I mean, Manu may not even be in the McCarthy scrum if McCarthy comes out when he's on with you guys. Assuming 11:55, like it has been.
First person.
Yeah.
He's still up.
Okay. Assuming 11:55, like it has been. Perfect. Thank you.
Rush to get to it.
That's just for me because you were dialed in. You might have to ask for you might have to ask for interruption. I'm not sure.
I think you'll use it. Something to say. I did that once.
Probably.
That's it.
Members of Congress asked for it, and I got like 3 of them. I got like the questions for it.
Gotta develop my patience.
Yeah, be careful what you ask for, though.
This says a
Is made. I will support anybody because the country's at stake. This is not about personalities. This is about, I guess, to sum it up, we want a workhorse and not a show horse. We need somebody that's going to work
from an
for the American
international
people.
perspective, the whole world is watching this process.
And the whole world is watching the demise of a country that's going bankrupt. That's what I'm more concerned about.
So I wonder how reliable the chamber will be after that start, from an international perspective.
We have, from an international perspective, you're watching democracy at work. We have differences of opinion. You vet any CEO, particularly the next Speaker of the House, is third in line for president. They are the most popular, they're the most important person with leverage that's running the House of Representatives. It should be vetted. If the process takes a week, 2 weeks, we were out of session for 24 weeks last session. We didn't come, and we can take the time necessary. The sky hadn't fallen. We're still breathing oxygen, and we'll take as much time as it needs.
But if you are able to get to some sort of deal, will you also need 72 hours to review that?
The deal?
If you are able to come to some sort of deal,
I don't have a time limit on it. We'll read it. It's like anything else. You read it, see how it affects other things. That's a good thing.
With the 72
one more question.
Do you trust Kevin McCarthy?
Kevin, part of this, we got all of these things to him months ago. Crickets. We didn't hear anything. After November 8th, which was the election, that's when he needed us because it wasn't a big wave, a red wave. Well, he didn't have the margin. I wish we could have had it back in the summertime, but I'm sure Kevin was busy and didn't have it. We will get together. We should have decided all this months ago because he had the list. He will tell you that. I got to go vote.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that was good.
That was good.
Yeah, he said he gave 20 months. He said he'd been months. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. Yeah.
The House will be in order. The chair counts 275 members present. A quorum is present. The question recurs upon the election of a speaker. The tellers will please come forward and take their seats. Are the tellers ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
And while I rise to that end, I think it's critically important to note that this is actually not about Kevin McCarthy. Kevin is a good man. He's a man of God. He's a patriot. He's a leader who has led this conference to our current majority over the last 4 years. Those things are unassailable. But this isn't about him. This isn't about Kevin McCarthy. I put no single human being on a pedestal, and certainly not before God and not before the gift that he has blessed us with this grand experiment that we call the United States of America. This isn't about Kevin McCarthy, but the matters before us are of stupendous magnitude. A federal republic such as ours, it's a dynamically unstable one. It's a wobbly top that's just a few mere revolutions away from falling down at any given moment, except for the exertions of men and women who are willing to serve her with pure and selfless intent, just as our founding fathers did, just as Abraham Lincoln and Ronald Reagan did with pure and selfless intent. And as our nation today and over the last 2 years has seen, we are certainly a wobbly top. Today we have a southern border that is wide open. As a result of that and as a result of our executive branch policies, today 200 fellow Americans will die of fentanyl poisoning, and roughly 5,000 illegal immigrants will be victims of human smuggling. Today, our nation's debt is $31 trillion, and that will go up, just in this day alone, by roughly $2.1 billion. Today, we are seeing one of the worst crime spikes in our nation's history. Our law enforcement are direly underfunded, and they are hurting. And on that topic, I want to thank our law enforcement. I want to especially thank the Capitol Hill Police for what they do. We thank them not only for what they've done, Our police also serve with that pure and selfless intent. They do it every day, and we should thank them every day. Today, the Chinese Communist Party will orchestrate the theft of another $1 billion of intellectual property from American companies. And the Chinese Communist Party is still today not being held accountable for the deaths of millions of people around this planet, deaths as a result of a genocide within their borders, and deaths as a result of COVID outside them. We are today losing on multiple fronts against China. So today isn't about a single human being. It's not about Kevin McCarthy. It's about the 13 Gold Star families who still suffer today mercifully, without closure and without accountability after the unnecessary loss of their loved ones in Afghanistan over a year ago. And today, speaking of our military, today roughly 40 active duty and veterans of our military will commit suicide. These, Madam Clerk, these are the matters of stupendous magnitude. This isn't about a man in a suit in the halls of Congress. It's about 330 million Americans. It's about the preservation of the Constitution and the liberties guaranteed therein. It's about the 246 years of pride and providence that we have enjoyed as a nation. And above all things, it's about ensuring that this beautiful journey exists for generations to come. That doesn't happen if we don't address and rise above the multiple existential crises that we experience today. We must be victorious in this cause, and victory begins with allowing this body to get to work. It begins today. Now, winning isn't easy, okay? Winning isn't easy, but winning is necessary. And of all folks in this chamber, I know that winning isn't easy. I represent a district where only 29% of my voters are registered in the same party as I. But I engage and I communicate with the other 71% because it's the only way that we all win. And in the end, it's the only way that the nation wins. It ain't easy, but it's necessary. But the noble wins, the most important wins, never are easy. But we take on these missions just as passionately as Colonel Chamberlain did at Little Round Top in Gettysburg. We must hold this line, because if we don't hold this line, the entire Union is at stake. We don't hold the majority for bragging rights. We hold the majority to govern responsibly. We hold the majority to protect the American people, to coalesce around the foundational constitutional principles that I've been willing to give my life to defend since the age of 18. To my Democrat colleagues across the aisle, I want to make sure you understand and make no mistake. We are, in fact, on the verge of a very important victory. A victory for the people, a victory by the people, and most importantly, a victory for the future of our nation. And it dawns on me as I look across the aisle after being here for nearly 3 years that I haven't had the pleasure of meeting many of you because you've chosen to stay home and not vote here in person, electing instead to proxy vote.
Is reminded to direct his remarks to the chair.
Well, it's a pleasure to see 212 of you here today. It's also a pleasure to see the end of the proxy voting. And let me end with this. I'm extremely proud of my colleagues on this side of the aisle. The last 4 days, they haven't been ideal. They've been difficult. But I do see fighters. I see patriots who love this country and want to make things better. I see folks who are willing to do whatever is necessary to ensure that we better serve the nation. I see men and women who are willing to serve her with that pure and selfless intent, even if that service means undergoing the dentistry that we've experienced over the last 4 days and in the wake of the last 20 meetings over the last 2 months. Let me be clear, these are not concessions to the rules. These are critical evolution of the rules for the good of the nation. And I'm proud that we as a party have decided and been willing to extend the time aperture so that we can get to a solution, a product of compromise, but also a product that will fix the ills induced by the Democrat majority over the last 4 years. And this product will hopefully end the multifaceted legacy of reckless and toxic behavior in the swamp. And so this isn't about Kevin McCarthy. It's not about the 434 members in this chamber. It's about the 330 million Americans across this beautiful land, and it's about our nation's future. The person who will lead us on that journey will be Kevin McCarthy. He has earned this position, and I have the honor of nominating him at the direction of the Republican Conference as the Speaker of the House of the 118th Congress. God bless the United States.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate my friend, colleague, and leader of the House Democratic Caucus, Hakeem Jeffries, for Speaker of the United States.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, I want to begin by thanking you for your contribution to maintaining the dignity and honor of this august body. The eyes of the country are on us today. Let us consider what they will remember. I often refer to this hall as America's classroom. The proceedings we undertake in this body and our actions should serve as lessons for those who may be watching and are listening. Hopefully, that which they see and hear will help them gain understanding and appreciation for the greatness of America and the goodness of the American people. This body has a unique role in this government. What we do and how we do it will determine whether our pursuit toward a more perfect union can continue in earnest. No day in recent history underscores the importance of that pursuit more than January 6, 2021. Exactly 2 years ago today, our resolve was tested when the violent mob of insurrectionists attacked our Capitol, threatened the integrity of this democracy, and undermined our Constitution. The greatness of this country and the resiliency of our democracy were put at peril. But we survived. The preamble of the Constitution explains that the document was established in part to secure the blessings of liberty, not just for ourselves, but also to posterity. In this body, we are tasked with protecting our nation's hard-earned principles of liberty, justice, and freedom for all. Every 2 years, the American people evaluate our stewardship and render a verdict. Last November, they invested their time and resources going to the polls and casting their votes. They expect and should get a just return on their investments. For many, maybe most Americans, this is the only investment they will ever make to help preserve the greatness of this country. For the first time in over 200 years, after 11 rounds of voting, we are unable to organize and begin to work on behalf of those who elected us to serve. Democrats are offering a candidate for Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, who's not just prepared to lead, but committed to preserving this democracy and enhancing this august body. Madam Clerk, there is some dispute among historians as to whether Alexis de Tocqueville said this, but I consider it to be true regardless. De Tocqueville is credited in some quarters with having said, "America is great because she is good. If America ceases to be good, America will cease to be great." The greatness of America lies in the goodness that exists within the American people. Today, the greatness of our nation hangs in the balance because the goodness of the American people is at stake. We Democrats are offering the people of America, through this unique body, a good man who has the best interests of the American people at heart and is committed to preserving the fundamental principles that make this country great. Madam Clerk, I am honored to carry out the directives of the House Democratic Caucus and submit to this august body the name of Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
To submit a name for nomination for the position of Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from California, Mr. Garcia, knows the incredibly high regard I hold him in. He is a patriot. I deeply, deeply admire him, but I must take some exception with some of the comments he made in his nomination of Mr. McCarthy. First, he said that Mr. McCarthy has earned the position. You only earn the position of Speaker of the House if you can get the votes. Mr. McCarthy doesn't have the votes today. He will not have the votes tomorrow, and he will not have the votes next week, next month, next year. And so one must wonder, Madam Clerk, is this an exercise in vanity for someone who has done the math, taken the counts, and is putting this institution through something that absolutely is avoidable? My colleague, Mr. Garcia, did not say this, but many of my other Republican colleagues have. They believe that Mr. McCarthy has earned the position of Speaker of the House because he raised $500 million to get Republicans elected.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Members are reminded not.
Reminded not to engage in personalities against other members of the House.
Several believe that one earns the position of Speaker by raising enormous sums of money, and there is no doubt that the individual that was nominated by Mr. Garcia is the LeBron James of special interest fundraising in this town. There is nobody better, but I would suggest that there are qualifications for speaker that are far more important. There are attributes that are far more important. Jim Jordan has those, and I am submitting his name for nomination at this time. I heard my colleague from California, Mr. Garcia, say that we seek pure, selfless intent, and I could not agree more with that assessment. Mr. Jordan, indeed, is reflective of pure, selfless intent. I don't know that the same can be said for the Republican alternative. Let's start with purity. Many of you have seen the reports that there are negotiations to determine whether or not on this side of the aisle there can be a deal, a meeting of the minds, a grand bargain that would allow us to proceed with the speakership. And I want all of my colleagues to know, regardless of your perspective on me, how impure some of those negotiations have gone. And I want the country to know. The principal goal of the people who are objecting to Mr. McCarthy on the Republican side is that we don't believe the rules of this place unlock the potential of all of the members to be able to cast votes on individual bills and to offer amendments on appropriations acts. And we're also concerned about spending that has ballooned our debt and borrowed against the future generations of American citizens. And Mr. McCarthy said, well, goodness, to the objectors, a lot of you want to be on the Oversight and Judiciary Committee, and you never submit your names to be on the Rules Committee or the Appropriations Committee. And so, gosh, if you'll get a list of folks who are willing to come early on fly-in days for rules, and folks who are willing to take on the extra burden of our appropriators who work so hard, then I'll certainly work to do that. And so we endeavored in good faith, in pure good faith, to create that list. And then what did Mr. McCarthy do? He went out to the media and came to other members of the conference and said, see, they just want jobs for themselves. That is not pure. Selflessness. Selflessness is not selling shares of yourself to the lobby corps and then doing their bidding at the expense of the American people. But there certainly is intent. And it's an intent driven almost exclusively by personal ambition, and that ambition is paralyzing the House now. Madam Clerk, at this time there is great trust in Mr. Jordan, and that's why I am nominating him, and there is insufficient trust in Kevin McCarthy. There are some who have been objecting to Mr. McCarthy who are working on perhaps changes to the rules, changes to circumstance that would convert the speakership from the great, awesome, powerful position it is now to more of a ceremonial position, almost akin to the Speaker in the British House of Commons. I referred to it previously as a straitjacket that some of us were trying to construct with better rules and better personnel because we do not trust Mr. McCarthy with power, because we know who he will use it for, and we are concerned it will not be for the American people. We trust Jim Jordan. I nominate him, and I'm going to vote for him.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to enter a name for nomination for Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Once again, I just stand here today to nominate Kevin Hern, the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, the largest caucus in the Republican Conference, who unanimously was elected as chairman, whom I believe can unite this Republican conference and put forward the agenda that we all promise to work hard on and serve our American people to the best of our abilities with. I believe that Kevin Hern will be a fighter for our national debt. I get texts on a regular basis at how inflation is hurting families, how grocery prices are skyrocketing continuously. He has crafted a budget that balances and will bring that to the floor to help the American people. Madam Clerk, I nominate Kevin Hern as Speaker. Thank you.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. Alford. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Hamoday. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Jordan. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. McCarthy. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Hearn. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. McCarthy. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. Burchett. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Kassar. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. McCarthy. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. McCarthy. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Hearn. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSagne. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. Diaz-Balart. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. McCarthy. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elzy. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshue. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezel. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Goldman of New York. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Grays of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Madam Clerk, and still I rise and proudly cast my vote on behalf of those who understand that Black Lives Matter for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Herter of California. Jeffries. Harris. Jordan. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga.
Thankful for progress. Again, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Hunt. Hunt. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Camlogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey, McCarthy. Keating, Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois, Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi, McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania, McCarthy. Khanna, Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia, McCarthy. Kildee, Jeffries. Kiley, McCarthy. Kilmer, Jeffries. Kim of California, McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey, Jeffries. Krishnamurthy, Jeffries. Custer, Jeffries. Kustoff, McCarthy. LaHood, McCarthy. LaLota, McCarthy. LaMalfa, McCarthy. Lamborn, McCarthy. Landsman, Jeffries. Langworthy, McCarthy. Larson of Washington, Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut, Jeffries. Latta, McCarthy. LaTurner, McCarthy. Lawler, McCarthy. Lee of California, Jeffries. Lee of Florida, McCarthy. Lee of Nevada, Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania, Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez, Ledger Fernandez. Lesko, McCarthy. Letlow, McCarthy. Levin, Jeffries. Liu, Jeffries. Lofgren, Jeffries. Loudermilk, McCarthy. Lucas, McCarthy. Lutkemeyer, McCarthy. Luna, McCarthy. Luttrell, McCarthy. Lynch, Jeffries. Mace, Mace, McCarthy. Magaziner, Jeffries. Maliotakis, McCarthy. Mann, McCarthy. Manning, Jeffries. Massey, McCarthy. Mast, McCarthy. Matsui, Jeffries. McBath, Jeffries. McCarthy, McCarthy. McCall, McCarthy, McLean, McCarthy, McClintock, McCarthy, McCullum, Jeffries, McCormick, McCarthy, McGarvey, McGarvey, Jeffries, McGovern, Jeffries, McHenry, McCarthy, Meeks, Jeffries, Menendez, Jeffries, Meng, Jeffries, Muser, McCarthy, Mfume, Jeffries, Miller of Illinois, McCarthy, Miller of Ohio, McCarthy, Miller of West Virginia, McCarthy, Miller Meeks, McCarthy, Mills, McCarthy, Molinaro, McCarthy, Molinar, McCarthy, Mooney, McCarthy, Moore of Alabama, McCarthy, Moore of Utah, McCarthy, Moore of Wisconsin, Jeffries, Moran, McCarthy, Morelli,
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries, Moskowitz, Jeffries, Moulton, Jeffries, Mervan, Jeffries, Mullen, Jeffries, Murphy, Murphy, McCarthy, Nadler, Jeffries, Napolitano, Jeffries, Neal, Jeffries, Nagoose, Jeffries, Nails, McCarthy, Newhouse, McCarthy, Nickel, Jeffries, Norcross, Jeffries, Norman, McCarthy, None of Iowa, McCarthy, Obernolte, McCarthy, Ocasio-Cortez, Jeffries, Ogles, Omar, Jeffries, Owens, McCarthy, Pallone, Jeffries, Palmer, McCarthy, Panetta, Jeffries, Pappas, Jeffries, Pascrell, Jeffries, Payne, Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. McCarthy. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Presley. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Hearn. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. McCarthy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Salazar. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. McCarthy. Sessions, McCarthy. Sewell, Jeffries. Sherman, Jeffries. Sherrill, Jeffries. Simpson, McCarthy. Slotkin, Jeffries. Smith of Missouri, McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy. Smith of Washington, Jeffries. Smucker, McCarthy. Sorensen, Jeffries. Soto, Jeffries. Spanberger, Jeffries. Sparts, McCarthy. Stansbury, Jeffries. Stanton, Jeffries. Stauber, McCarthy. Steele, McCarthy. Stefanik, McCarthy. Stile, McCarthy. Stubbe, McCarthy. Stevens, Jeffries. Stewart, McCarthy. Strickland, Jeffries. Strong, McCarthy. Swalwell, Jeffries. Sykes, Jeffries. Takano, Jeffries. Tinney, McCarthy. Tanadar, Jeffries. Thompson of California, Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi, Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania, McCarthy. Tiffany, McCarthy. Timmons, McCarthy. Titus, Jeffries. Talib, Jeffries. Takuda, Jeffries. Tonko, Jeffries. Torres of California, Jeffries. Torres of New York, Jeffries. Trahan, Jeffries. Trone, Turner, McCarthy. Underwood, Jeffries. Valadeo, McCarthy. Van Drew, McCarthy. Van Dyne, McCarthy. Van Orden, McCarthy. Vargas, Jeffries. Vasquez, Jeffries. Vesey, Jeffries. Velasquez, Jeffries. Wagner, McCarthy. Wahlberg, McCarthy. Waltz, McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz, Jeffries. Waters, Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Alford. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Burchett. McCarthy. Kassar. Jeffries. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gosar. McCarthy. Hunt. Hunt. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Ogles. McCarthy. Payne. Jeffries. Presley. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Sanchez. Jeffries. Trone. Trone.
If there are any members-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time. The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 431, of which the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 213. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 211. The Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 4. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 3. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky rise?
I rise on behalf of the Republican Party to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the 118th Congress.
The gentleman is recognized.
For the past 2 years, one-party Democrat rule has resulted in multiple crises that are harming Americans without any oversight or accountability from this body. Americans are facing historic inflation, skyrocketing energy costs, the worst border crisis in American history, and surging fentanyl overdoses. One of the reasons is there's been no congressional oversight. There's no sense of urgency from this White House or the bureaucrats that populate this town to move. And I want to talk about that. Oversight of our tax dollars, that's our responsibility. We've all heard reports of hundreds of millions of dollars of potential waste and fraud in the unemployment insurance programs in all 50 states. We've all heard reports of misuse of hundreds of millions of dollars of the stimulus money, of PPP loan funds. But yet, there has not been a single hearing in the House Oversight Committee about this. The border crisis. We've made several trips on this side of the aisle to the border. We've listened to the Border Patrol agents. Their message is loud and clear. Under President Biden, the Border Patrol has become the welcoming committee. They're begging for help to do their job. Law enforcement officers in all 50 states are begging Congress to force this administration to secure the border, to do something about the fentanyl crisis that plagues every community in every state in our great nation. Americans watched in disarray at the debacle in Afghanistan, and Americans were left with many questions. How much equipment was left behind for the Taliban? How many Americans were left behind? The origination of COVID-19. We all know someone personally who lost their life during COVID-19. They deserve answers to what really happened in that lab in Wuhan, China. Those of us who had kids in the public school system can testify that our kids have lost a year of their education because of the forced virtual learning that so many of our schools put our children through during the COVID pandemic. Congress ran the debt up at least $3 trillion in the name of COVID-19. Yet, as I mentioned earlier, there has not been a single hearing in the Oversight Committee to deal with potential waste, fraud, or abuse of the COVID funds. Not a single hearing. And we all know, despite what Dr. Fauci said, American tax dollars were sent through EcoHealth Alliance to the Wuhan lab in China for gain-of-function research. But yet Dr. Fauci hasn't come before Congress in the House of Representatives. The American people deserve answers on COVID-19, and Speaker Kevin McCarthy has given the Republican majority the tools necessary to make that possible. The Democrats have spent the past 6 years investigating a president for potential wrongdoing in Ukraine and Russia. Now let me say this loud and clear. The Republicans will also investigate a president for potential wrongdoing in Ukraine and Russia, as well as China. The American people have a lot of questions for Dr. Fauci, Christopher Wray, Merrick Garland, Secretary Marcus. We can't have those questions. We can't ask those questions until we get organized and elect our Speaker. The role of the Oversight Committee under Speaker Pelosi was a full-time committee to harass the previous president, a committee to advocate for wage social issues, which the Oversight Committee had absolutely no jurisdiction, and a committee totally uninterested in the American taxpayer. In a Republican majority under Speaker Kevin McCarthy and many of my friends embedded in these negotiations, the House Oversight Committee, with strong members like Byron Donalds and Andy Biggs and Jim Jordan, will return to its original mission of identifying waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the federal government and holding unelected bureaucrats accountable. In a Republican majority under Speaker Kevin McCarthy, the forgotten working men and women's voices will finally be heard and represented. And in a Republican majority under Speaker Kevin McCarthy, this broken Congress will finally be fixed, and we will return to regular order, and we will drag those senators kicking and screaming along with us every step of the way. We will return to regular order. We will get the backs of the American taxpayers. This is the people's house. Let's get to work. Madam Clerk, I'm proud to nominate Kevin McCarthy to be the next Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate a great leader, a unifier, not a divider, Hakeem Jeffries, for Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We are on day 4, the 13th vote, and House Democrats continue to stand united with Hakeem Jeffries, with him and for him, because he is a uniter, not a divider, and a positive force of nature. 2 days ago, during the 4th, 5th, maybe the 6th roll call, a nominator claimed this process should not be considered dysfunction. Madam Clerk, their process didn't begin this week. They've had months to figure this out. And Americans should have profound concerns about what this portends. As we gather here in this chamber on this solemn day, the 2nd anniversary of January 6th, when members of law enforcement were under siege, when there was an attempted coup, an insurrection that will live in infamy. What we lived through was an assault on our republic and on our democracy from within. On that day, when my colleagues and I were trapped in this gallery, the terrorists who assaulted our police officers could be heard banging on these doors, breaking these windows, and they were here to prevent the certification of a free and fair election. I shudder to think what a Republican majority's inability to govern would have meant on that day, and what it could mean in the future for those of us who believe in defending our democracy abroad and now more than ever here at home. On this painful anniversary, thankfully, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries made sure that we came together to mark the moment, to honor our law enforcement, recognize the lives lost as a result of that day, honor the families and the survivors, and to ensure that we recommit to our republic and our democracy. That is the kind of speaker that our nation needs. We are now 4 days into what should be the 118th Congress, and the House of Representatives has no committees, no rules, no classified briefings, no members who have taken their oaths to serve our country. There are no debates happening on this floor about addressing the challenges we face at home or around the globe. No votes on legislation to tackle the challenges facing the American people. Madam Clerk, they told the American people they wanted to win the majority to fight inflation. The only thing they're fighting is each other. These 4 days have tested House Republicans' ability to govern, and they have failed. With Hakeem Jeffries as our Speaker, Congress can continue to deliver common sense, bipartisan solutions for the American people. Instead, what we've seen unfold before our very eyes is exactly what's in store for the country over the next 2 years under Republican control. And this should be deeply concerning to the American people who expect us to do our jobs and fulfill even the most fundamental functions of this institution, like voting on the debt ceiling to fund expenditures we've already made. What if this happens then? What if we default on our debts because of the Republican majority's inability to govern? What impact will that have on our economy or on the global economy? And in less than 9 months, in September, we have a vote to fund the government, to pay for our military, Social Security, Medicare, and other obligations. What happens on September 30th when government funding runs out and they're in charge? With Hakeem Jeffries as our Speaker, we can continue to advance an agenda that puts people over politics, just as we did in the 117th Congress with a majority as slim as theirs. Es un gran honor nominar a mi amigo. Madam Clerk, as co-chair of the House Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, and in accordance with the vote of the House Democratic Caucus, I'm honored to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress the name of a man of integrity and intellect who is bold and brilliant, and most importantly, a man who leads with love, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, representative from the state of New York.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Adderholt. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amaday. Amaday. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. Arrington. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. Balderson. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Jordan. Bilirakis. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. McCarthy. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Jordan. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. McCarthy. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Baczynski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy. Sherferless McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Klein. Cloud. McCarthy. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. McCarthy. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Correa. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Jordan. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. Dusaunier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. Diaz-Balart. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. Duncan. Dunn of Florida. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. McCarthy. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. McCarthy. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizenga. McCarthy. Hunt. Hunt. Issa. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kamlager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Captor. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa, McCarthy, Lamborn, McCarthy, Landsman, Jeffries, Langworthy, McCarthy, Larson of Washington, Jeffries, Larson of Connecticut, Jeffries, Latta, McCarthy, LaTurner, McCarthy, Lawler, McCarthy, Lee of California, Jeffries, Lee of Florida, McCarthy, Lee of Nevada, Jeffries, Lee of Pennsylvania, Jeffries, Ledger Fernandez, Jeffries, Lesko, McCarthy, Letlow, McCarthy, Levin, Jeffries, Liu, Jeffries, Lofgren, Jeffries, Loudermilk, McCarthy, Lucas, McCarthy, Luke Kameyer, McCarthy, Luna, McCarthy, Luttrell, McCarthy, Lynch, Jeffries, Mace, Magaziner, Jeffries, Maliotakis, McCarthy, Mann, McCarthy, Manning, Jeffries, Massey, McCarthy, Mast, McCarthy, Matsui, Jeffries, McBath, Jeffries, McCarthy, McCall, McCarthy, McLean, McCarthy, McClintock, McCarthy, McCollum, Jeffries, McCormick, McCarthy, McGarvey, Jeffries, McGovern, Jeffries, McHenry, McCarthy, Meeks, Jeffries, Menendez, Jeffries, Ming, Jeffries, Muser, McCarthy, Mfume, Jeffries, Miller of Illinois, McCarthy, Miller of Ohio, McCarthy, Miller of West Virginia, McCarthy, Miller Meeks, McCarthy, Mills, Molinaro, McCarthy, Molinar, McCarthy, Mooney, McCarthy, Moore of Alabama, McCarthy, Moore of Utah, Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. McCarthy. Nunn of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. McCarthy. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Paltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Perry. Peters.
U.S. Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman. Metropolitan Police Department Officer Daniel Hodges. Dr. Serena Liebengood, accepting on behalf of U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard C. Liebengood. The Honorable Albert Schmidt. Gladys and Charles Sicknick, accepting on behalf of U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Brian D. Sicknick. Aaron Smith, accepting on behalf of Metropolitan Police Department Officer Jeffrey L. Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Thank you all very, very much. 2 years ago, on January the 6th, our democracy was attacked. There's no other way of saying it. The U.S. Capitol was breached, which had never happened before in the history of the United States of America, even during the Civil War. A violent mob of insurrectionists assaulted law enforcement, vandalized sacred halls, hunted down elected officials, all for the purpose and attempt to overthrow the will of the people and usurp the peaceful transfer of power. All of it was fueled by lies about the 2020 election. But on this day, 2 years ago, our democracy held because we, the people, as the Constitution refers to us, we, the people, did not flinch. We, the people, endured. We, the people, prevailed. And on this day of remembrance, joined by the Vice President and the Second Gentleman and all of you, we honor a remarkable group of Americans who embodied the best before, during, and after January the 6th, 2021. For the first time in my presidency, I'm bestowing the Presidential Citizens Medal, one of our nation's highest civilian honors. It recognizes, quote, citizens of the United States of America who have performed exemplary deeds of service for their country or their fellow citizens, end of quote. In a few moments, the full citation of their exemplary deeds will be read by a military aide. But this is who these people, these extraordinary Americans are. Heroic law enforcement officers. As Congressman Benny Thompson said, a man of immense character and honor himself eloquently said about these officers, he said, quote, you held the line that day, and what was on the line was our democracy, and history will remember your names. And history will remember your names. They'll remember your courage. They'll remember your bravery. They'll remember your extraordinary commitments to your fellow Americans. It's not hyperbole. That's a fact. That's a fact. And folks, history also going to remember your instincts to respond, to do something, as you did. And as we all watched, this is the irony of it all America watched it on television and saw it repeated and repeated. In the past months, we've heard you testify to the nation about what happened that day, what you were thinking of at the time it was happening, what you're thinking now, the threats, the violence, the savageness of what happened, the trauma, all real. And it's not exaggeration to say America owes you all, I really mean this, a debt of gratitude, one we can never fully repay unless we live up to what you did. Live up to what you did. And what you did was truly consequential, not a joke. If I can halt for a second and just say to you, the impact what happened on July the 6th had international repercussions beyond what I think any of you can fully understand. The first meeting I had of what they call the G7, the 7 leading economies in the world, democracies, I sat down. It was in February. It was in England. And I sat next to the President of France, across from the Chancellor from Germany, etc. And I said, America's back. You know what the response was? Not a joke. For how long? For how long? And I just sat there and looked, and I believe it was the Prime Minister of Italy who said, but I can't remember for certain which of the 6 said it. And what would you think, Mr. President, if tomorrow you woke up and you had a headline in the press saying that in the British Parliament, a mob had come down the hall, broken down the doors of the House of Commons. Police officers were killed or died. The place was vandalized in order to overthrow the election of a Speaker of the House, a Prime Minister's election. Think about it. Think about it. What would we think if we heard that news today? Many other leading democracy in the world went through this. So, folks, these people and the people representing those who couldn't be here because they gave their lives for this is incredibly consequential. And that's not political talk, that's historical fact. Officer Daniel Hodges, Metropolitan Police Department, Virginia National Guardsman, 8 years on the beat. His first time inside the Capitol was on January the 6th. Sprayed with poison, pinned and crushed, eye almost gouged out, but he didn't break. After it was over, he was asked what he'd been fighting for. This is a local guy, an ordinary American, and he gave a simple, straightforward answer. What were you fighting for? His spontaneous answer was democracy. That's what he knew he was fighting for. He wasn't a scholar. He wasn't a historian. He was a red-blooded American. He was fighting for democracy. Former Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone, become friends. I've come to know him more. 20 years in the job, a veterans narcotics investigator. At a moment of crisis, he was asked to do undercover work elsewhere, but he answered the crisis call of our nation at the Capitol. And you answered, Michael, you always did. He was beaten, not pushed around, beaten, and he was tased. Called a traitor as the mob shouted, if you remember, kill him with his own gun, kill him with his own gun. But he defended our democracy with absolute courage. And ever since, he's spoken out forcefully to make sure people are held accountable because he knows it could happen again. There's no guarantees, except us, all of you. Private First Class Harry Dunn from the United States Capitol Police, 14 years on the force. On that day, he was outside Speaker Pelosi's office. He stood guard protecting fellow officers who were already injured. He was fighting back insurrectionists across the Capitol while being called the vilest racist names. His own congressman, a true constitutional scholar, Jamie Raskin, who couldn't be here today as he recovers from cancer treatments, but he wanted me to say the following, and I wrote it down. Officer Harry Dunn acted with remarkable courage and valor to defend both our institutions and our people. Went on to say, generations to come will think of him and these officers and thank them for their service. End of quote. Officer Carol Edwards, 5 years on the force, U.S. Capitol Police, on the front lines of the mob's first surge. And she stood there. She said, and I hope I'm correctly quoting you, he said, it looked like a movie. It looked like a movie. Sometimes in crisis, things look surreal. It looked like a movie. Knocked unconscious with traumatic brain injury. She got back up to help hold the line. The granddaughter of two proud military veterans, she says, it was her job to, quote, protect America's symbol of democracy, end of quote. That building. Sergeant Aquilino. Thank you, pal. I'm glad you know your name. He can call me President Biden from now on if he wants. A proud immigrant from the Dominican Republic, 16 years in the force. Like my son, an Iraqi war veteran with the United States military, the United States Army, who described January 6th as something from a medieval battle, trying to keep insurrectionists from entering the tunnel entrance on the lower West Terrace as he got punched, blinded with a laser, speared with an American flagpole with the American flag on it, the flag he swore to defend. He stood tall in the breach with a deep and abiding love demonstrated for his country. Officer Eugene Goodman, an Army veteran who put himself at risk as a rifle squad leader, conducting combat patrols to identify explosives in Baghdad. He came home. He came home to guard the U.S. Capitol for the last 15 years. On January 6th, he risked his own safety to distract a charging group of insurrectionists. He said his duty is to serve and protect. And he said that day, he was just doing part of it. He was protecting. And he did. He protected. To all of you, I know this honor is bittersweet. On that day, more than 140 law enforcement officials suffered physical injuries, and untold numbers are suffering from psychological toll of that day as well. PSD doesn't only occur in a military battlefield. Others are gone forever. And I said earlier, if I can hold a minute here, I said earlier, you know, for those who lost someone on that day, they're proud as the devil that their kin are being honored. But boy, is it hard. I know how proud I am when my son Bo is honored on the anniversary of his death as a consequence of burn pits in Iraq. But it brings everything back like it happened that moment. So to all the families here who lost someone, my heart aches for you, and I want to thank you for having the courage to be here today so the rest of America can know what your kin did, including Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who will be receiving this medal posthumously. A veteran of the New Jersey Air National Guard, 13 years in the Capitol Police Force as an officer. He lost his life after protecting the citadel of democracy. We're joined by his family today, whom my wife Jill and I met when we paid our respects at the Capitol Rotunda 2 years ago. I know you're proud of the honor being bestowed on Brian, but I also know this difficult moment, because it brings back everything as if it happened this very day. But thank you for being here. And thank you for letting us remember Brian. Thank you. Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood is receiving this medal posthumously. Howard's dad was a good friend of mine. I served with his dad. His dad was Sergeant at Arms of the United States Senate, Chief of Staff for Republican senators. We were genuinely friends. Officer Liebengood patrolled the grounds outside the Senate office building on January 6th. He worked nearly nonstop in the days that followed, and he lost his life after protecting the democratic institutions he learned to revere growing up. His family, his widow Serena, they're here today. Serena has honored Howard's memory by advocating for, quote, positive change on mental health issues for his fellow law enforcement officers and other reforms. Help them cope with the crises they encounter. Metropolitan Police Officer, Department Officer Jeffrey Smith will be receiving this medal posthumously as well. He was part of the first line of officers who entered when the Capitol was breached, assaulted many times, the last time with a metal pipe. After his death, his widow Erin, along with many others, worked tirelessly to pass in the Congress the Public Safety Officers Support Act, which I signed into law last summer. The law recognizes death by silent injury like Officer Smith's and Officer Liebengood, so future families of public safety officers who die in the wake of traumatic circumstances will get the benefits they deserve. It's long overdue. Today is a ceremony to honor heroes of January 6th. We also recognize the late U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans. His family's with us today. 3 months after January 6th, while they're still cordoning off the Capitol because threats by these sick insurrectionists continued to be profligated on the internet. Again, all America saw what happened. What Officer Evans was killed defending the checkpoint he'd had to go through to get up to the Capitol because of these god-awful sick threats that continue to move forward. And the whole world saw it. It's just hard to believe. It's hard to believe it could happen here in America. When I was a 29-year-old kid, got elected to the Senate, came down here to be sworn in after I was 30. The idea that if you told me that I could hear my own voice, I would be amazed. But all kidding aside, think about it. Think about this. Jill and I also met the family at the Rotunda to pay our respects, and I was honored to sign into law a bill awarding the Congressional Medal, Gold Medal, to those who protect the Capitol on January 6th and to honor Officers Sicknick, Evans, Liebengood, Smith for their sacrifices. These officers are the best among us. And we're also honored to be joined by many other members of the various law enforcement agencies here today. And who were here on that January 6th. We thank all of them as well. I want to thank you all for your service, your strength, your courage, and it's a corny thing to say, but your patriotism. Joining these law enforcement officers honorees are 5 other public servants, Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss. Where are you guys? Sitting up there, you're right in the middle. They were election workers from Atlanta, Georgia. Ruby, who for years has taken time away from running her own business to work in election season to honor voting rights and heritage of her beloved city. Her daughter, Shay, who learned from her grandma how older generations of her family fought so hard to even get the right to vote. So Shay decided to become a full-time election worker to help the elderly, the disabled, the students exercise their fundamental right to vote. Both of them were just doing their jobs until they were targeted and threatened by the same predators and peddlers of lies that would fuel the insurrection. They were literally forced from their homes, facing despicable racist taunts. But despite it all, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss found the courage to testify openly and honestly to the whole country and the world about their experience, to set the record straight about the lies and defend the integrity of our elections. Ruby and Shay, you don't deserve what happened to you, but you do deserve the nation's eternal thanks for showing the dignity and grace of we, the people. Presumptuous of me, but I'm so proud of you both. So proud of you both. Albert Schmidt, a former Republican city commissioner in Philadelphia, who spent a decade overseeing nonpartisan counting of votes. But like so many other local election workers, in 2020, he was harassed and threatened as he did his job faithfully. He did not bend. He did not bow. He did not yield to the political threats and pressure. And he's so trusted by both political parties that the new Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, appointed him as Pennsylvania's Secretary of State, a Republican, to ensure that the integrity of the elections. That's a high compliment. His character and his commitment speak volumes of we, the people. That's what we also see in Jocelyn Benson, twice elected Michigan Secretary of State to protect the sacred right to vote and have that vote counted fairly. That's what she did in 2020, when she oversaw a record number of Michiganders turn out to vote in that election, only to find an armed mob outside of her home on Christmas Eve, when she and her son were decorating their Christmas tree inside. But she refused to back down. She'd done her duty. She'd kept her oath. Full of integrity, she is a true leader in our nation. And thank you, thank you, thank you for what you've done. I mean it. And finally, Rusty Bowers, a former Republican Speaker of the House in the state of Arizona. When I met him today, I said, I hope I'm not hurting your reputation. Where are you, Rusty? See, he's hiding behind you. He's able to do that. Rusty, we may not agree on all things. We agree on what this country's about, though. We agree that public service is not about what you're willing to do to win. It's about what you're willing to lose over. What you're willing to lose over. Rusty put his obligation to the Constitution and his country ahead of everything when he refused intense political pressure to decertify the 2020 election results. His courage is probably the reason why he's lost his primary last year. Rusty, you're an example, is a demonstration to every young man and woman thinking about entering politics, about what integrity is all about. I'm not exaggerating. Thank you for your integrity and your honor. So folks, my fellow Americans, I want you to give one round of applause again for today's recipients of the Presidential Citizens Medal, patriots who have performed exemplary deeds in the service of this great nation. And let me close with this. 82 years ago on this very day in 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt delivered a State of the Union address that became known as his famous Four Freedoms speech, as he defined America's place in the world. He reminded the American people of, quote, the strength from the things which have been done to make its people conscious of their individual stake in the preservation of democratic life in America. Things that have toughened the fiber of our people, renewed their faith, and strengthened the devotions of the institutions we make ready to protect. End of quote. 80 years ago, after that speech on this day, 2 years ago, we were reminded about the most fundamental of things, democracy itself. As I've said before, we face an inflection point in our nation's history. On January 6th is a reminder that there's nothing guaranteed about our democracy. Remember learning in undergraduate school, high school, that every generation is required to earn it, defend it, protect it. I was a senator for a long time. I was vice president, been president. I have to tell you, I began to think, looking back on it, that it was just permanent in the United States. It just was eternal. Nothing would happen. That's why I was so pleased to see Democrats and Republicans work together to pass the Electoral Count Reform Act that I just signed into law to protect the will of the people and the peaceful transfer of power. And defending and protecting our democracy also means that despite our differences of opinion, we must say clearly, with a united voice, that there's no place, none, zero place in America for voter intimidation, zero, never, and political violence They're completely contrary to the notion of democracy. You know, America is a land of laws and not chaos, a nation of peace and not violence. We're not a land of kings and dictators, autocrats and extremists. As we see in today's honorees, we're a nation of we the people that toughen our fiber, renew our faith, and strengthen our cause. Just remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. Not a joke. We're the United States of America. And there has never been a single thing we've set our mind to that we've been failed to accomplish. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we act together. Remember who in God's name we are. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops, and may God protect those who stand watch over our democracy. I now have the opportunity and the great honor to award the medals to these incredible individuals and their representatives. Lieutenant Commander Shields, would you come and please read the citations?
The Presidential Citizens Medal recipients: Jocelyn Benson, Jocelyn Benson was elected twice by the people of Michigan as their Secretary of State, where she continues her steadfast commitment to protect the right to vote and the integrity of our elections in the state of Michigan. In 2020, she administered an election with record turnout and certified the results in the face of unprecedented pressure and threats, including armed protesters outside her home. We the people honor the undaunted and unflinching Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, who continues her exemplary public service to advance free and fair elections in our nation. Russell Bowers. An artist, rancher, and fourth-generation Arizonan, Rusty Bowers represented the people of Arizona for almost 2 decades, rising to become Speaker of the House. In a dire hour of our democracy, he put country before party by refusing attempts to decertify the 2020 election and overturn the will of the people. He endured menacing protests, including at his home, and eventually lost an election because of his courageous actions. We the people honor Rusty Bowers, a public servant guided by a deep faith and unbreakable oath to God, family, and country. Harry Dunn. A champion college football lineman, Harry Dunn has put his protective instincts to a higher purpose as a U.S. Capitol Police officer. On January 6, 2021, he rushed to protect injured fellow officers fighting back insurrectionists. His powerful testimony describing violence and stinging racism laid bare the day's facts for history, and his advocacy on behalf of officers battling lasting trauma is helping to ease the stigma around mental health in our nation. For defending the citadel of our democracy and for seeking truth and healing, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Private First Class Harry A. Dunn. Caroline Edwards. The granddaughter of proud military veterans, Caroline Edwards left a corporate career to follow in their footsteps, serving our nation. On January 6, 2021, she helped stop advancing insurrectionists even after being knocked unconscious in the mob's first brutal surge. She has also fought for colleagues as a police union board member and peer counselor, and her congressional testimony will help ensure their valor is never forgotten. For her courageous defense of our democracy and service to fellow officers, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards. Michael Fanone. The grandson of a police officer, Michael Fanone was born to protect and serve. A decorated narcotics investigator, he took an off-duty call to the Capitol on January 6, 2021, helping to drive insurrectionists away from a key tunnel and facing vicious attack. He immediately became one of the day's most outspoken truth seekers. For his absolute courage in protecting the Capitol and our democracy, and his tenacious search for accountability, we the people honor former Metropolitan Police Department officer Michael Fanone. Ruby Freeman. Inspired by the voting rights legacy of her beloved Atlanta, Lady Ruby Freeman viewed her civic duty as a Fulton County election worker as a sacred mission to ensure the people of Georgia could exercise their fundamental right to vote freely and fairly. In the 2020 election, she upheld that sacred mission despite an orchestrated campaign to overturn the election and that targeted and threatened her and her family. To the nation, she bore witness of the trauma and tragedy of that experience, and today, we the people honor Lady Ruby Freeman as part of our nation's voting rights history. Aquilino Ganell. As a child, Aquilino Ganell immigrated to America from the Dominican Republic. He became the first in his family to graduate college, serving in the U.S. Army and then in the U.S. Capitol Police. On January 6, 2021, he courageously stood firm at the doors of the Capitol as insurrectionists stormed the entrance, sustaining serious injuries as he protected members of Congress and defended our democracy. He later testified publicly to ensure our nation and history never forget. For patriotism that puts love of country before self, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino A. Ganell. Eugene Goodman. An Army combat veteran and a U.S. Capitol Police officer, Eugene Goodman embodies fearless public service. In the breach on January 6, 2021, he made himself a target to divert insurrectionists away from the Senate chamber, enabling the former Vice President, lawmakers, and staff to escape safely. In the face of a clear and present danger, he did his duty and he did not flinch. For his valor and for ensuring the constitutional order, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman. Daniel Hodges. A Virginia National Guardsman and Metropolitan Police Department officer, Daniel Hodges has dedicated his life to serving his community and our nation. On January 6, 2021, he fought to push surging insurrectionists away from a key tunnel into the Capitol, returning to the line even after being brutally crushed and beaten. His courageous testimony will help ensure that we never forget or let such an attack happen again. For his heroism and unwavering commitment to the truth, we the people honor Metropolitan Police Department Officer Daniel Hodges. Dr. Serena Liebengood, accepting on behalf of Howard Liebengood. The proud son of a U.S. Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Howard Liebengood left a career as a champion race car driver to follow in his late father's footsteps, protecting the democratic institutions they both revered. He died after battling insurrectionists at the Capitol and staying on to restore security in the crucial days after January 6th. His painful loss helped change the law to better honor the unimaginable sacrifice that too many officers and their families face. For his deep dedication and selfless service, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard C. Liebengood. Wandrea Arshay Moss. Inspired by the stories her mother told her about the movement for voting rights in America, Shay Moss pursued a career as an election worker in Fulton County, Georgia. Because of her dedicated service, she faced death threats, harassment, and intimidation by those seeking to overturn the outcome of the 2020 election. She would later testify to the nation about her pain and resolve. Today, we the people honor Shay Moss for helping to ensure the American people have a voice in the destiny of our nation. Albert Schmidt. A former federal civil servant and the city commissioner of Philadelphia, Albert Schmidt has spent his career on the unsung yet necessary task of making democracy work for the people. In the 2020 election, despite intense political pressure, he did what he had always done, ensured the integrity of the election, and faithfully oversaw the nonpartisan counting of the ballots. We the people honor Albert Schmidt for his clarity of purpose to protect every American's sacred right to vote and to have that vote counted. Charles and Gladys Sicknick, accepting on behalf of Brian D. Sicknick. A New Jersey Air National Guardsman who served 2 tours overseas, Brian Sicknick was a U.S. Capitol Police officer devoted to serving our nation. For over a decade, he guarded the Capitol, including on January 6, 2021. He lost his life protecting our elected representatives, upholding the will of the American people, and defending our Constitution. His heroism, courage, and character set an example for generations of Americans to come and will never be forgotten. For his service and his ultimate sacrifice, We the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian D. Sicknick. Aaron Smith, accepting on behalf of Jeffrey L. Smith. A 12-year veteran of the Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Jeffrey Smith dedicated his life to public service. On January 6, 2021, as he fought the violent mob, Officer Smith sustained devastating head injuries from multiple assaults inside and outside the Capitol. He died after protecting Congress, guarding the Capitol, and preserving our democracy. His passing sparked changes in the law that honor the silent injuries of our fallen officers. For his extraordinary heroism, pure courage, and unwavering devotion to the nation, we the people honor Metropolitan Police Department Officer Jeffrey L. Smith.
Well, as I said at the outset, this is warranted, in some senses overdue, but also incredibly difficult for the families, and particularly the families of those who lost a hero defending our democracy. And, but I tell you, people who will go through, unfortunately, similar losses are going to look at y'all and say, that's the grace and dignity that I want to display. So really, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to thank you again for your service and sacrifice, and may God bless your families. May God protect our troops. Thank you all very much.
Please remain in your seats as the President, Vice President, Second Gentleman, and recipients depart. Thank you.
All members elect voted? Does any member elect wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 212. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 p.m. tonight.
Παρθένων, την γεννησαμένη Χριστόν τον βασιλέα. Νεηγενές μάγων λεγόντων παιδίων άναξ, που αστηρεφάνει που εστίν, εις γαρεκίνου προστίνη συνήχομεν. Μανής ο Ηρώδης εταράτετο, Χριστόν ανελήν, ο Θεομάχος τριατώμενος. Παρθένος τίτη το δεσπότην έντον εν το σπηλαίο. Σήμερον υπημένες βλέπουσι τον σωτήραν σπαργάνι συλλημένων και κείμενον εν φάτνη.Ήμερο πασακτήσεις αγάλετε και χέρι, ότι Χριστός ετέχθη της Παρθένου κόρης, στέρχημεν ημάς τους ακίνηνων φόβων, ράον σιωπήν το πόθο δε Παρθένε, ύμνους υπένεις συντόνος θυγμένους, εργόδες εστίν, αλλά και μη της θένος, ως υπέφηκεν η προαίρεσης δίδου. Πατρί και Υιό και Αγίο Πνεύματι, μεγάλην ψυχή μου της υποστάτου και αδιαιρέτου θεότητος το κράτος, τύπους αφεγής και εστιάς παρηγμένας, ο μήτερα αγνή του λόγου δε δορκότες, νέου φανέντος επίλης εκκλεισμένης, δοξούμενη τε της αληθείας φάος, επαξίωσιν ευλογούμεν γαστέρα. Δίνω ψυχή μου την τιμιωτέραν και ενδοξωτέραν των ανοστρατευμάτων, στέργινμένη μας ως ακίνδυνον φόβο, ραών σιωπήν το πόθο δε παρθένε, ύμνους υφαίνεις οι τόνος τεθυγμένους, εργόδες εστί, αλλά και μητυρσθένος, ως υπέφηκεν η προαίρεσης δίδου. Υπερογεία Θεοτό και σώσον ημάς. Επέστρεψα το ημάς, εξ ύψους ως σωτήριμον, Ανατολή Ανατολών, και η εν σκότη και σκιά, ευρωμεν την αλήθειαν, και γάρε της Παρθένου ετέχθη ο Παρθένου ετέχθη ο Κύριος. Σαν τον Κύριε
κρένεστε δικαίοι, ουρανοί αγαλιάστες, κυρτίζονται τα όρη Χριστού γεννηθέντος. Παρθένος καθέζεται τα χερουβίμ μιμωμένοι, βαστάζουσα εν κόλπης Θεόν, λόγων σαρκοθέντα, ποιμένες των δεχθέντα δοξάζουσι, μάγει το δεσπότη δώρα προσφέρουσι. Ανυμνούντες λέγουσι, ακατάληπτε Κύριε δόξα Συ.
Πού να πάμε, δεν έχουμε χώρα. Και πάλι, ωραία, και πού θα χωρέσουμε μετά. Θα πάμε κάτω, θα φτάσουμε κάτω.
Ανέθρεψα στην πρώτη κατάρα της Εύας, ότι μήτηρ γέγονας της ευδοκίας του Πατρός βαστάζουσα εν κόλπης Θεόν, λόγων σαρκοθέντα, που φέρει το μυστήριον έρευνα, πίστη μόνη τούτο πάντες δοξάζομεν κράζοντες, μετά σου και λέγοντες, ανερμηνεύτε Κύριε δόξα Συ. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas. Πατρί και δείξαντι το φως δόξα εν υψίστ της Θεό και πηγής ειρήνη εν ανθρώπης ευδοκία. Παντοκράτορ, Κύριε Ιε μονογενές, Ιησού Χριστέ και Άγιο Πνεύμα. και δε δοξασμένον το όνομά σου εις τους αιώνας. Αμήν. Λογητός η Κύριε, δίδαξον με τα δικαιώματά σου. Ευλογητός η Κύριε, δίδαξον με τα δικαιώματά σου. Σε κατεφύγον δίδαξον του πίν το θέλημά σου, ότι εσύ ο Θεός μου. Παράτηνον το έλεος σου της γύρος κουσίσε, Άγιος ο Θεός, Άγιος ισχυρός, Άγιος αθάνατος ελέησον ημάς. Πατρί και Υιόν και Αγίον Πνεύματι. Ούτουσον ολέδι λαία μου τερχόμνα. Ούτουσον ορκαουί.
نزلوا قبلنا يا زلمه لازم ننزلنا.
mitad de la publicidad. El estudio tu mínimo. Evangelia Wiener.
الله يقويك يعطيك الصحة.
الآن وكل أوان وإلى دهر الداهرين آمين بالروح القدس تفيض سواقي النعمة ومجاريها فتروي البرايا بأسرها بالحياة المحيية Όμως ο Κύριος χαιρούμε να μεληθήσετε σε ιερεύσεις στον αιώνα κατά την τάξη Μελχισεδέκ. قال الرب لربي اللسان يميني حتى يجعل أعدائك موطئا لقدميك من الرب قبل كوكب الصبح ولدتك حلف الرب ولن يندم Κυρίου δεηθώμε
ότι Άγιος ή ο Θεός ημών και να γης επαναπάβει και εσύ την δόξα να πέμπομεν το Πατρί και το Υιό και το Αγίο Πνεύματι νυν και αεί και εις τους αιώνας των αιώνων. Αμήν. Μας αγνωρίες λεσάντος ο Κύριος. Ουρλούνας αμαφαλτούς αμπιχείς μαρρών. Εσάν το πνοή, ουρλούνας
καταξιωθήνει ημάς της ακροάσεως του Αγίου Ευαγγελίου, Κύριο το Θεόν ημών οικετεύσμε. Σοφία ορθή ακούσομεν του Αγίου Ευαγγελίου.
Ασσαλάμου λιζαμιακού. Του κατά Λουκάν Αγίου Ευαγγελίου το ανάγνωσμα. Εν τες ημέρες εκείνες εξήλθεν δόγμα παρά Καίσαρος Αυγούστου, απογράφηστε πάσαν την οικουμένη. Αυτή η απογραφή πρώτη εγένετο, ηγεμονεύοντος της Συρίας Κυρινίου, και πορεύοντο πάντες απογράφεστε, έκαστος στην ίδιαν πόλην, ανέβηδε και Ιωσήφ από της Γαλιλαίας εκ πόλεως Ναζαρέτ, εις την Ιουδαίαν, εις πόλην Δαβίδη της καλείται Βιθλεέμ. Δια του είναι αυτόν εξήγου και πατριάς Δαβίδ, απογράψαστε στην Μαριάμ, τη μεμνηστευμένη αυτό γυναική, ούσι εγγύο. Εγένετο δεν το είναι αυτούς εκεί, επλήσισαν ημέρετο εκείν αυτήν, και έτε και τον ιόν αυτής των πρωτότοκων, και εσπαργάνωσαν αυτόν, και ανέκλειν αυτόν εν τη φάτνη, διότι ούκειν αυτής τόπος εν το καταλήμματι. Και επιμένες ήσαν εν τη χώρα τι αυτοί αγραυλούντες και φυλάσσοντες φυλακάς νυχτός, επί την πίμνην αυτών. Και είδου άγγελος Κύριου επέστη αυτής, και δόξα Κύριου περιέλαμψεν αυτούς, και φοβήθησαν φόβον μέγαν. Και είπεν αυτής ο άγγελος, μη φοβήστε, ειδού ευαγγελίζομαι ημίν χαράν μεγάλην, ή της έστε πάντη το λαό, ότι ετέχθημην σήμερον σωτήρ, ο έστι Χριστός Κύριος, εν πόλη Δαβίδ. Και τούτο ημίν το σημείον, ευρύσετε βρέφος εσπαργανωμένων, κείμενον εν φάτνη, και εξέπνισε γένετος συν το αγγέλο πλήθος στρατιάς ουρανίου, ενούντων των Θεών και λεγόντων, δόξα εν ύψης της Θεό και επί γης ειρήνη εν ανθρώπης ευδοκία. Και γένετος απήλθον από αυτόν εις τον ουρανόν οι άγγελοι και οι άνθρωποι ποιμένες, είπον προς αλλήλους, διέρθομεν Διός Βιθλεέμ και είδομεν το ρήμα τούτο το γεγονός, ο Κύριος εγνώρισεν ημίν. Και ήλθον σπεύσαντες και ανέβρον την τε Μαριάμ και τον Ιωσήφ και το βρέφος κείμενον εν τη φάτνη, ειδώντες δε διεγνώρισαν περί του ρήματος του λαληθέντος αυτής, περί του παιδίου τούτου, και πάντες οι ακούσαντες εθαύμασαν περί των αληθέντων υποτοπιμένων προς αυτούς. Η δε Μαρία πάντα συνετηρεί τα ρήματα ταύτα, συμβάλλουσα εν την καρδία αυτής, και υπέστρεψαν επιμένες δοξάζοντες και ενούντες των Θεών. Επί πάσιν εισήκουσαν και είδων, καθώς ελαλήθη προς αυτούς.
فصل شريف من بشارة القديس لوقا الإنجيلي بشير وتلميذ طاهر.
مجدك يا رب المجد
في تلك الأيام صدر أمر من أغسطس قيصر بأن يكتتب جميع المسكونة، وجرى هذا الاكتتاب الأول إذ كان كيرينيوس وليا على سوريا، فانطلق الجميع ليكتتبوا كل واحد إلى مدينته. فصعد يوسف أيضا من الجليل من مدينة الناصرة إلى اليهودية إلى مدينة داود التي تدعى بيت اللحم، لأنه كان من بيت داود ومن عشيراته، ليكتتب مع مريم امرأته المخطوبة وهي حبلى. وبينما كان هناك تمت أيام ولادتها فولدت ابنا بكر، فلفته وضجعته في مذود لأنه لم يكن لهما موضعان في منزل. وكان في تلك الناحية رعاة ببيوت في البرية يسهرون على ريتهم في هجاعات ليلا، وإذ بملاك الرب قد وقف بيهم ومجد الله وقد أشرك حولهم، فخافوا خوفا عظيما. فقال لهم الملاك لا تخافوا، فهانذا أبشركم بفرح عظيم يكون جميع الشعب، إنه قد ولد لكم اليوم مخلص وهو المسيح الرب في مدينة داود. وهذه علامة لكم، إنكم تجدون طفلا ملفوفا مضجعا في مذود، وظهر ببيغته مع الملائكة جمهور من الجند السماويين يسبحون الله ويقولون المجد لله في العلا وعلى الأرض السلام وفي الناس المسرة. فلما انطلق الملائكة إلى السماء قال الرجال لرعاة بعضهم البعض لنمضي إلى بيت اللحم وننظر هذا الأمر الواقع الذي علمناها به الرب. وجاءوا مسرعين فوجدوا مريم ويوسف والطفل مضجيا في مذود، فلما رأوه أخبروا من الكلام الذي قيل لهم أن هذا الصبي. فقالوا من سمعت عجبا ما قال لهما الرعاة وكانت مريم تحفظ هذا الكلام كله وتتفكر به في قلبها ورجع الرعاة وهم يجددون الله ويسجدوه إلى كل ما سمعوا وعينوه كما قيل له
Χριστός ετέμιε